Hello and welcome back to Grim Dawn. I'm starting a little earlier today. Last time ended very poorly with my internet kind of dying. So the little cutscene at the end was not perfect, and then I couldn't read the last Inquisitor Creed note that I got. But it's time to move on. There's a few quests to do before the next. Wait, I scanned it afterwards, and it mentions Olgrim potentially being a demigod or something. And like the Taken is making progress in that direction or something. But I got an Outcast quest that needs me to go here, which is connected to this path, and I think it's a dungeon. So I need a
What brings you to my forge?
skeleton key.
If you find any blueprint, bring them back here.
But that's the first thing I'm gonna do after I talk to Inquisitor Creed. No. I think I leave talking to Inquisitor Creed because I assume this quest is what will, because return here, which is what will lead back to the Ashes of Malmouth section. So before that, I have items to sell to clear up my inventory. There's probably a lot of stuff that might be useful, but it's kind of... I want to keep that. Oh, that was a legendary. I didn't know. I've gotten a lot of legendaries so far. I have replacement here at level 60. This is worse defensively. It's not really the best start to clear this, but I need to clear it anyway, so... Shoulders... These are probably way worse for damage. The lightning is... What did I switch? Must have been gloves that I would have swapped. That lost me a lot of cold resist. Yeah, something small changed that gave me... removed all the cold resist. This would be a huge damage decrease, I think. That's only 400. 400 might be enough. Yeah, that's probably worth it. The damage DPS loss is not huge. And it has 5% physical resist. Better elemental. And practically speaking, the same poison because I can just put an anti-venom salve to replace the poison from that. This was sadly a DPS downgrade, despite Flame Touched, Temper, and Inquisitor's Seal. But I'll keep it for now. I want to keep that long term, and this is a replacement.
Put it to good use.
I can craft that.
What brings you
It's
to
kind of
my
not the
forge?
best way to start. Oh, what's Calamity? It uses the brain matter, okay. As opposed to Blood of Chthon, Ancient Hearts. I'm here for anti-venom.
Don't get killed out there.
I can probably get more cold somehow, but for now I'm not too worried.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
That's not useful. Pierce and Vitality, Ether Bleed, Pierce, yeah. Pierce Vitality, Physical, no. These ones I'm going to carry for a little because I just want to check. This one I can sell. This one I can definitely sell.
Iron well spent.
Yeah, so that's all very helpful. Now I can go to the... Oh yeah, I kept this because it was a family seal, which I was like, oh, I'll keep it because it's kind of interesting. But I didn't craft my
What
key.
brings you to my forge? Go on now.
So now I have a quest to clear. I have... Avoiding spoilers, I've started to track using the Grim Tools checklist. I've been using it. I've just started looking at it, loaded what I have saved to see stuff that I've missed. Like, I think devotion shrines in normal, I've missed none. There's Act 5, 6, and 7 of more. There's a bunch of one-shot chests that I missed. Well, there's 2 in Act 1 that I missed. But that's the last important thing that I'll have to potentially look into. Oh, cool. Reborn. I need to remember my change in keybinds. Blunderbuss. That's a very long name. Superior Assault Hand Blunderbuss of the Venom Claw. I wonder what the longest name in this game is for a weapon. Or a piece of gear. Because there's a lot of potential. I imagine for very long. Okay, that's silly. So. Should be able to just walk through this for a bit, huh? Carried by... That's a funny drop. Carried by, blast shield. So I need to go that way. It's weird to clear this again. And considering everything, it probably wasn't totally worth clearing the first time. Like saving it to clear now might have been better, purely from a practical perspective. I imagine the enemy that I kind of had to cheese previously won't need as much max range, like AI abuse. Where it doesn't correctly respond to the fact that it's being shot from, I guess, outside its own range. Might as well kill this though. Okay, 3, 2. I think my build is just stronger than it was relative to level. Just has more effective distribution. Cell and resistance. Yeah, this Herald of Flame is so much weaker. I can just face tank it. Well, no. The Herald of Flame was only an issue when I had to fight it, and I had like 20% ether resistance. It's still slow because I don't do enough damage, but wonder if there's a way to increase the duration of the flashbang. 'Cause the duration's pretty short. It's easy to reapply, it's just... And I didn't die to the melee attacks of those this time either. Reapplying it every 3 seconds? Is a little bit repetitive when it's just standing still. Was it? Maybe it was somewhere else in this zone. Maybe I didn't have to go this far. Maybe it was here. Maybe that was where I had to go to travel wherever that is. 'Cause that would make sense. But it's not far till the DLC begins. Once I clear this quest, it'll be time to go. I think that is... I should be convincing myself that that's where I need to go, but it looks like what I think I remember. I don't even need to kill these guys. Yep, that's where I need to go. Okay. Then I need to get there, which means all the way around that way. So. Wait, wrong button. I should be able to go this way. She can't see what's happening. Maybe a little too aggressive to play with the map up. I should be able to follow the rest of the path. It just follows the road there. I wonder how this dungeon's gonna compare to the Bastion. Or the final boss area. I just need to follow the road. 'Cause the Bastion's really long. I feel compelled to kill the terraformers. Because these are what actually are more dangerous here, not the terraformers. The abominations are actually dangerous. But the ether crystals are very worth it.
Can't do that yet.
Yep, I'm at this, I have the enemy to kill, and then I can go through the portal. I could sit down here. And you shoot from max range. It's still 5 levels above me.
Can't do that.
There's no reason to worry. Five levels is fairly minor. Except I get frozen. Aggressive.
Can't do that.
Definitely too aggressive. Oh, that's... Ooh. That's probably pretty good. Fire damage is good, physical damage is good, fire damage is good. All skills demolitionist, that's really good. Tainted brain matter. I could convert other stuff, but I don't have enough. Conflagration is an upgrade, devil touch is easy. I don't know about vengeful wraith. Support Valbury. Let's double check before I spend the key. Open the sealed gates, yep. For the sake of sanity, I'll place that. Not that I'll be able to enter it again easily without another key, but yeah, nothing out here. Just straight into the dungeon. The cellar. That hitbox looked a little weird. Oh, because there's elevation here, okay. 78. It looks like poisonous, so I'm glad I have 78. Well, that's ethereal, yeah. Ethereal's also pretty good. Ironside Hulk. It's all ether corruption, so that's probably good that I have that maxed. I wonder if it's possible to have, like, okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces of armor. I wonder if you could get multiple 100% plus rolls on an individual piece of armor. Or if you sort of have to rely on adding it up. I wonder if it's possible to get, like, what would it be, 130 elemental? Whether that's possible? Because that would render the elemental, everything elemental, totally free for ultimate. Back around to get this. I kind of want to check, but that would be awkward because it would. Oh, I could do. No, I can't really path. I can't click far and then path all the way most of the time. Imperial Hat of Insight, an aggressive hat. Oh yeah, that was kind of imperfect. Very minor misinterpretation. Normal gunshot. Wait, if I shift left click, oh, I do actually, no, this is normal bullets, not fire strike. Those are fire, these are normal. wonder what assault in the title means. But obviously, it probably has a meaning. I'd think attack speed or something. Cool. Give me something good. Yeah, Blight seems like it might be Poison Bolt. Vigorous is maybe Vitality damage. Incendiary is fire. Maybe fire damage is from Scorching. Because the Incendiary cask might be the monster unique or whatever that gives the Flame of Ignifar and Fire Strike bonus. I don't know. Just kind of a lot of elements to the title. Belt of the Wolf. Don't know what wolf means. Rune Carve could be anything. The belt of the Imperial Belt of the Wolf could just be the model of the belt.
I can't do that yet.
Definitely a lot that goes into the names and stuff. Oh, good evening to you. It's going okay. I'm just clearing up the port for the Outcast quest before I start the actual Ashes of Malmouth DLC. Or expansion is maybe what they would call it. But it's the same thing. I finished the main story last time. And I want to go through everything before I move to Elite. Maybe there's stuff to grind before I do that as well. Because a lot of my resistances are probably too low. Yeah, it will. It's for sure a different environment to everything as it changes. Interesting path. Weird that I could shoot through the wall there. It's kind of a very dark area again. A little bit of lore. I don't remember if Aldrich has shown up as a name before, but it's a very villainous name. Yeah, there'd be a lot of different aesthetics as it goes on. It'll be fun to see instead of the usual visual. This is also kind of nice. Little port area here for a little bit. I can't face tank that.
I can't do that yet.
It's a definite shift from where I was at the end of the last bit of the quest. Delving into darker depths. I'll also hopefully be able to actually get more of a specific item once I get to the Forgotten Gods. What is it? It's one of these ingredients that only drops from... Oh. No, there's an item that... There's like only one category of enemy that drops it. And they're not very common in the base game. But they start showing up more in the... I can't remember the name. It was just used in a recipe for... It was the metal recipe. It was the glyphs. Like, that one ingredient for glyphs is rare, is a fairly rare commodity. But it becomes more common, I believe, eventually in the Forgotten Gods area. Because it only drops from a category of mob that's barely accessible. Okay, I need to go in there. Oh yeah, skills. So I'll actually be able to craft glyphs without having to worry as much. It's a component for crafting the item. Like, it's the central... Like, it's the equivalent of Blood of Chthon or Tainted Brain Matter. But I can't... It's either... Elemental... I had one of them that I used to craft the glyph that I have now. And that's the only one I've found... Okay. All game.
Can't do that.
I can probably check what it's called when I am done in this zone.
It's only the beginning.
I don't believe I could at the time. It's possible that once I got the one in the necropolis that it could have been crafted. I wasn't worried at the time because I didn't need to replace it yet. Still don't need to replace it yet. Kind of need to check now. It's kind of bugging me. Glyph. Rising Phoenix. Glyph of the Rising Phoenix is crafted. Blueprint, Glyph of the Rising Phoenix, Eldritch Essence. I think Eldritch Essence is only dropped by Eldritch creatures, which are not very common. I can dismantle epic loot, and treasure troves can drop them. But other than that, the category of creature is not very accessible. Because it's Eldritch, and that's not base game, mostly. Made contact. I hate that it closes the window on the left. If I want to read it, I have to read it now. Spreading rumors. Yeah, it's a different section though, and at least for now it's not a huge worry. But yeah, I should look into the Shattered Realm stuff, because I believe that's a fairly important farming mechanic. Jaren is the issue. Cool. So yeah, it's obviously a setup and all that, this whole area. Get boxes.
I can't do that yet.
The Hollow Victory line is just randomized. Oh, that looks pretty good. Vitality, Elemental, Bleed. Fire, Poison, Bleed. Okay, that's easy. That's an easy swap. I might want to replace the Anti-Venom Salve when I have the level, but... Okay. Is that accessed? Like, I think Crucible's accessed from the menu? Is Shattered Realm another similar, like, sort of out-of-game mechanic?
That skill's not ready.
Which I can find out about it properly. I just know there's some, like... I know Crucible a little bit, about how it's sort of disconnected. Yeah, I just don't look at that all. I should, unless there's been like another... Actually, I'm gonna check. I should. I guess other than, like Loyalist packs, which I think are just visual, like, the Loyalist packs are just visual stuff. I assumed. Yeah. I think it's mostly... I think mostly going through primarily via the main game makes sense, at least for a first playthrough, because I think you can sort of do Crucible super early to get a bunch of devotion points or something, to like skip worrying about shrines as much. Or you get more devotion points, so you get devotions quicker and all of that. Like, I think that's not really... It doesn't seem like the best way to approach a first playthrough. So I haven't looked at Crucible or anything like that yet. Like, since this is approaching the end of the main... But yeah, since the main, like, story component is almost over, with the 2 DLCs being the only thing left, after that it'll be time to really worry about that type of stuff. Yeah, so it's... I should look at where that is, though, at the very least. 'Cause I think that'll be probably important for Elite and Ultimate, but normal or Veteran is still... It mostly flows smoothly enough with just what I find as I go. And it adds a degree of managing resources and additional... Okay, well, how did I find part 5 first? Not intentional. Good, it's a patrol. Okay, so that... Not a happy story. Pretty on brand note. Everything goes terrible. It was all set up initially.
That skill's not ready.
That's wonderful. All the extra triggers are really valuable. I sit in a better location though. Oh, that's a wall. Okay. It's really hard to tell.
Can't do that yet.
Yeah, shading it out helps you see through, but you kind of can't tell if there's a wall there. Or I can't tell. Survive the flames of Valbury. That would be good if I could get the other piece of the set. Or 2 more pieces. Oh, hello. I started earlier today because I'm shifting to starting a little earlier if possible. Yes. Horrifying story to this town. Yeah. I think I've been thinking of starting an hour earlier because then if I stream for the same length of time, it's not so late. So instead of like if I go for a long time, instead of going till 2 or 3 a.m., it will be 1 or 2, which is better. Oh yeah, this game has a day-night cycle. Nightmare. Terrible town to live in, this Port Walbury. I should go this way first. Yeah, this looks like a small section. Go to the connect. Well, it looks like you should be able to path a little bit further. There will be a boss eventually. Okay, it is connected on this side, which is good.
That skill's not ready.
Okay. Huh? I can't path this way, but they let me jump down. It's just a long jump for it to go all the way there. But I guess it's close enough that it makes sense. It's just so confusing. So I shouldn't be able to jump this way because the path is too long to get there. Can I jump?
That skill's not ready.
Can I jump from like here? I can. I wonder how that's figured out. Yep, there. Okay, good. Hopefully there's not much more to this area. I kind of want to start the trip to Malmouth.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, the 3D aiming is always kind of weird. How it's not just a 2D game. And occasionally it's beneficial. Okay, this way forward. Occasionally beneficial that it can shoot upwards. Kind of like it fits with the world. It's not the most interesting section though. Just kind of more of the same. Yeah, that city has collapsed. There might be a part 6 to the journal. Yeah. I just think, like, I can definitely agree on pathing. I just think it's sort of, I kind of wish there was one or two unique enemies showing up, instead of just sort of more of the same that have been showing up in the ethereal, corrupted areas the whole time. To like, make it feel like a dungeon. Which it isn't really a dungeon, but it's functionally a dungeon. Like most of these just sort of, there might be one or two that are a little different. They're all just the same guys with guns. The same flesh hulks. It doesn't feel like any other, like it's any different than all the other areas like this. The pathing is pretty tedious though. Maybe the last zone will have something interesting though, when I get to the boss area that I assumed was over here. Now I'm unsure. Just stay away. Jaren was the dock person who was communicating with unsavory types to mess with the mayor.
Can't do that yet.
And that's him regretting his life choices. So Aldrich is potentially evil. Good. His name figure fits. I guess that makes sense. You have to kill a lot of the categories of monsters over and over. Forever until you reach the high enough tier. Green light. Oh, it'll certainly be interesting, I imagine. I've already been two-shot by the Celestial at that one shrine where if you taunt him, he kills you, or tries to kill you.
I can't do that yet.
And I think Celestials and Nemesises are... Wait, oh, it's poison water. I didn't even notice that earlier. Yeah. Most of them seem pretty distant. These... Like, the Outcast is like the last one that's shown up, but it has progressed almost the most because of the quests it gave. It's kind of funny, because like Devil's Crossing is still super low. Because I haven't grinded it yet. Ooh, a random like. But seeing those eventually will be pretty fun. Nemesis and such. And a softcore will be the perfect way to not lose it, well, lose a character. It's weird that looks like I can go inside and spend time exploring. This water's not poisonous. Yeah, what is there one? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and maybe another few later. Okay, but I assume it's still killable, right? But it's good to know that. What are they doing? It's good to know that celestials are, or at least that celestial labeled, is less bad. That, just on that scale, is probably interesting. I wonder, are they all small humanoid, or are some of them huge, like or maybe not huge, but because if they're all humanoid, that seems kind of funny. Okay, they're all huge. That's a good. I think that's good. I think if they were humanoid, it would feel a little less it'd make them feel less threatening. This pathing is... Can I go up here? No. Okay. So that's just because there's a path up above that I can take. Okay. I guess that's the way forward. Okay, that makes sense. Oh yeah, I don't remember my buttons.
That skill's not ready.
Oh shoot, I pressed the wrong button. Somehow I hit M instead of space.
Hollow victory.
It's a hollow victory again, but I'm very lucky I didn't die. I don't know, I think like I've rotated my keyboard. I wish I could read this, but it's basically Aldrich is making claims about witches. I imagine most... Nemesis bosses at least move though, right? If they're stationary like the Chthon summon, that would be kind of weird. It'd feel fairly limiting. Okay. Yeah, like the Chthon boss, it's not the worst boss, but it was just shooting in one direction while moving occasionally. Which limits the potential for it being interesting at all. I don't remember the name Kalia. I don't know if they've been relevant so far. I need to remember it. Ah yes, the Nightblade under his employ wanted to meet. I wonder what that means. Mayor seems very trusting, hence the end result for this town.
That skill's not ready.
Archivists have so much HP because they have a defensive barrier, I think.
Can't do that yet.
Okay, story to read, item to look at. That would be good for a different build. Oh, it's not even oh, it was the head of a... It was the head of a person that I was collecting. These are really obnoxious. Can't read stuff. Useless. Offhand was not useful. A new glyph. Let's go this way first. I wonder if this is going to say Hall of Victory again. They did not.
I can't do it.
Okay. Looking. All good. Don't know how much more there is to explore in this direction. Okay, this thing's getting good. Yeah, I'll see you around. Hope you do well. Make as much progress as I can.
That skill's not ready.
To hopefully reach. Wonder how far Elite will practically be. 2 DLCs to go through. 2 expansions to go through. Wonder how much more. House to explore. These are a lot of houses with a lot of rooms. I guess there's a lot of nobles in this world. Or maybe they're inns. That would make more sense. I guess inns would be more common, maybe. I really need more cold resist. My physical shouldn't be that high compared to my cold. Physical's great and all, but cold is so easy to get, yet somehow I only have 27. Oh, I could probably just shoot from here. Okay. So I'm gonna have to backtrack a bunch.
That skill's not ready.
Backtracking would be a real pain. This feels like a side area. Oh, okay, I will. I was too focused on shooting all of the... I don't know why I was so focused on shooting all the monsters. Given the timing, it was probably further back. Is it really this? Did I miss this? Might have been for even further back than that, though. I caught it kind of late. What if it's that? That's how did I miss that? Yeah. It doesn't help that I wasn't paying enough attention. I was... Oh, actually, I know why it's changed and I'm not paying enough attention. This will help. Because I'll have my peripheral vision differently. But it was this house, or was it the one even further back? I just want to check. Looks like this isn't the way forward. Okay. I think I have to backtrack anyway because it doesn't look like this is going to connect with that. So if I want to map out the whole area, I'm going to have to go back no matter what. One chest here. It's a lot of potential. What am I hovering over? Rotting corpse. There's a rotting corpse down below. There's a rotting corpse somewhere down here. Right there. Which looks like maybe it would be accessible from the floor below to get there. Could be around back, could be around the side. Hey. Thanks, I definitely would have missed that one. The rotting corpse pop-up at the top of the screen helped a lot as well. Hey, misclicked. This one? I guess I could have picked it up to sell it. Let's skip this one. Actually, wait, let's make sure I actually have the dynamite. I do, good. Anything good? I get a recipe for a belt. And a not necessary chest. Chest plate, not a chest. Huh? Guess I can open that through a door. Okay, this should get me to that area and then I can... Nope, it doesn't get me to that area that way. It goes this way. Might as well pick it up to sell it. And get it off the map. Okay. There's a lot to see, but still just more of the same. I don't know a lot. The other person in chat definitely knows more than me. My assumption would be it's dependent on gear. Like, if you're sitting at low resistances, it's probably not best to go to ultimate. Like, you want to be... I think in ultimate you want to have max or close to max resistances after the reduction. Yeah, it's like, I don't remember which, like all of the ones that are reduced in Elite are reduced by a further 25%, and then a bunch of other ones are reduced by 25% default. I don't know if physical gets reduced. Like everything reduces. I don't know how level scaling, like, I don't know if going to ultimate at 62 is safe or not.
I can't do that yet.
Because I don't know how that element of it scales, but from what I've, well, from what I've seen, from my understanding, I know there's items that drop in Elite that don't drop below, but yeah, they might know a lot more. Because they've played through multiple hardcores. Maybe if there's a trader somewhere here, maybe it's a later difficulty show up? That would be weird. Actually, or this is one that I'm gonna check. Because I'm definitely far from an expert on the game as well. But I definitely don't know the specifics of Ultimate. So one thing that I'm looking about a trader, there's 3 locations that they could be at, and I should have seen it. Like there was, because I was curious as well. It's like a location here, a location somewhere down here, and a location somewhere up here. Maybe I can, if I have the map open, I can keep a better eye out. I was just here, so it wasn't there. There was one that showed up on the bottom. He's gonna freeze. Skeleton key, NPCs, a garad. So on the map, here, here, and over here. The pausing is because I'm alt-tabbing. If it's something else, like the skeleton dungeon showing up, then, or skeleton trader not showing up, then I don't know. Because I have I have this set really low, but I could do this, and then my alt tab it would just mute, but it would keep moving. Skeleton trader. Huh. I don't know. Wonder why it wouldn't be there. Oh, chat disconnected for a second and I was back. That was sort of... If you go up to ultimate and it's too rough, you can always go back down, right? Or is it a one-way trip? If you can try it and then go back, because you get two-shot. But if you start it and you can't go back, that would be an issue. Because then that would be a character kind of bricked. Actually, I guess I could check that. If I can go to Elite... Oh, the trader's there now. I don't think they were there before. Don't think they were... It was showing on the map. Maybe I missed it? Yeah. That's weird. I thought I looked there and I didn't see the bag. Oh, it's like... One odd...
That skill's not ready.
No, he definitely was not there. Yeah, two-handed range. Canister bomb, Rootin of Calastor. That's kind of neat. Haunt relic, transcendent, ether. Nothing else. No. Yeah, nothing else helpful. But I got a recipe, so it was worth it. I'm lost. I don't know why. I don't know how. Wrong button. Okay, not much further in this map. Shouldn't need to go too far. Can I hop this way? I have to go. Around, okay. Or I could go through the house. Okay, the angle's very precise. Okay, lore. A fun story. That the mayor was super competent and wasn't able to be converted because he was just too good of a person. That's fun. this Aldrich right there. Another councilman. Focus 1. Blast shield triggers. And run. Oop. Just heal. It is healing, isn't it? Oh, maybe not. Okay, seems fine.
I can't do that yet.
That's too slow. No, they must heal from something. Oh, it must be when they drop below a certain percent of HP, they heal or something like that. For the first time. And gain a barrier.
That skill's not ready.
Should be able to face tank the rest. I wonder if there's more lore on the Outcast. Thanks, I'm glad. Oh, I don't know if it's a bad idea to go through the door. Okay, I can go back. I'm glad because it's good. There's a lot of... Oh wow, yeah, no, I need more energy regen, don't I? Weird area. That probably means something. It's the most taunting drop I've ever seen. 2 epic ranged weapons, neither of which are very good for me. And are both overleveled. Anastasia is the Outcast. That's fun. Some good lore. Okay. Just gonna mute again. I'm here to check something. What am I checking? Oh yeah, this is the list of stuff that I missed. There's nothing important that I missed so far. Okay, lore. Have you brought me the head? Bleed. Useless. Oh, that's interesting. So they're suggesting the Chthons may potentially a bigger threat than the Ethereals, sort of. That's cool. I like the lore. Okay. So, I'm going to be delayed just a moment. I will talk with him. I can sell stuff. Then I have to go to the washroom briefly.
I'll give you a good price.
Then
on
I'll be
what's
back
left.
and I'll start this quest. There's a lot of resistance, but That's interesting. Oh, hello. I'm gonna be back. I'm just selling stuff and then I'll be back in just a minute. I have to go to the bathroom, but it'll be very quick. I don't have to specify that it'll be very quick, but it's just unfortunate timing. But I'm about to start the DLC area, which is a fresh story beat. Oh, it should be use this text. Existing, be right back. That was from when I was going crazy grinding the boring quests in Generations Ultimate.
To good use.
So yeah, I'll be right back. None of them got pulled into the star and collapsed or got sent out into deep space. Yeah, answers
Good,
question.
you're back. I struggle to admit this, but I must abandon my efforts at opening a rift to reach Ulgrim. For all I've learned in battling the occult, I'm no warlock. During my last attempt, I nearly lost control of the ritual when something tried to breach my portal from the other side. This is too dangerous to continue. To make matters worse, Captain Bourbon has just arrived with a girl named Amala, bearing dire news from the east.
They will meet
While we
Voyager.
struggled here to stop the Chthonians from unleashing terror and madness upon the world, the Ethereals have been far from idle. Everything they had done in this region is merely a sample of what is to come, if what Amala says is true. As much as it pains me to say this, our plans to rescue Ulgrim are secondary to this rising...
Sorry, I had to click something because YouTube's saying the chat is not connected right now. But it seems like it is connected, so it might just be that
We meet again.
it's behaving weirdly.
Though under
Whoops.
grim circumstances.
Good, you're back. I struggle to admit
I'll
this.
have to read this quick
I
myself
must
then, because I'm
abandon
going to go through all the
my efforts at
dialogue again.
opening a rift to reach Ulgrim. For all I've learned in battling the occult,
Keep in
you
mind.
see, the Luminari have long been aware of a coven of witches hiding out to the north of Burwitch, using the treacherous territory to deter pursuers. The witches will know the lay of the land and should be aware of any paths that remain through the Aether Fire. And I have hopes that they will be able to do what I could not. Reveal where the Loghorian has taken Ulgrim. I would go myself, but I doubt the arrival of a high-ranking Inquisitor will be looked upon kindly within their circle, and I am needed in Devil's Crossing. I know that you have suffered much already in the defense of humanity, but you are the only one who can trust with this. Take my pendant and travel north from the Burwitch Estates. A barrier of Aether Fire will stand in your way, but the pendant will make short work of it. Head north through Gloomwald until you've reached the edges of Uchtembog, where I believe the Coven has made their home. You cannot arrive empty-handed, or they may well burn any memory of discovering their location right out of your mind. I recommend you hunt down a creature known as Caraxus Fowl, the scourge of Uchtembog. I imagine it has grown quite large over the years, preying on unwary travelers making their way through Gloomwald. Find the beast within its waterside lair at Gloomwald, and bring its heart to the Coven. I'm sure they'll find some nefarious use for it. But we must overlook that in light of our situation. Show them this keepsake of Algrim's and find us a way to Malmouth. We will be awaiting your signal.
And it begins. Yeah, sorry for skipping forward a bit. I didn't want to go through the same stuff again. His keepsake is a frying pan. That's pretty fun. Like, what a niche would be the fastest? Yeah. I think that's pretty fun. Ah, level 17. Wonderful. Okay, this might not be the fastest path. Wait, orange crit numbers. There's different colors. Based on the 1.3 is orange. 1.1 is a light yellow. 1.2 is a darker yellow. That's cool. Oh, me neither. Well, obviously I can wait, because otherwise it'd be a bit difficult, but yeah, I'm actually excited. There's 2 games in the next, hopefully, I don't know, 6 months that I'm excited for. One I'm excited for because it could be interesting, but I don't know enough about it, really, because Path of Exile 2 has early access stuff in November, which seems interesting. And Wilds, ideally, the dream is Wilds releases on like January 5th or something. I mean, the dream would be Wilds releases in 2 weeks. This is not going to give me any good items, but it might get me some rat for free. Yeah. Like, I don't think January is necessarily super realistic. It's just, I hope. Yeah. But yeah, not so wishful that I am actually hoping it will be like this year, because they've said it'll be next year. But I don't know their pattern of releases. Like, I don't know if they usually release within 6 months. Stuff like that. Because, like, Generations took less than a year to release after it was announced. It was like May until November. But that's probably not something that can be relied on, because that was a totally different game in an older, less complicated setting. And there could always be delays, and they could expect it to release February, but then it gets delayed 6 months, and then it gets delayed another 6 months, and then another 6 months, and then abandoned. I think that is technically a possible scenario, if incredibly unlikely. I mean, it's probably technically possible. Like, if Capcom as a company collapses because of a huge, like, embezzlement, fraud, tax evasion, stuff like that, it's probably possible that it could get canceled. But I actually do imagine Capcom would have to collapse for Wilds to be canceled. Oh, I actually would bet everything I own that it won't happen. I wouldn't feel comfortable even, because just the world works in unexpected ways and all that. But I would bet everything I own that that would not happen. Like, I would be very surprised. Yeah. That would be a bad bet to take. I guess... Yeah, I mean, it would be a bad bet to take. It's like, are they actually making a, like, Subnautica 2 that's like a sequel to Subnautica and separate from Subnautica Below Zero? It's kind of interesting. Yeah. Ah, but naming is always weird. Like, the third Borderlands game that was ever released. Well, but the gameplay is the same, so it feels less spin-off-y and it's sort of in the same world. My impression is that, I guess you could call it like a side story, maybe? Well, so it's a spin-off, but it's more of a side story spin-off than Monster Hunter Stories is to Monster Hunter. But I was gonna say Borderlands has a sequel. Well, it's like, technically it's a prequel to the second game, and they called it the pre-sequel, which is a fun name but very confusing if you don't have the context. And that game kind of flopped, partially, I imagine, because of the terrible name being confusing.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, the third released Borderlands game was called Borderlands the Pre-Sequel, where it was a prequel to the sequel. So it's a prequel to Borderlands 2, which was a sequel to Borderlands 1. So they called it the pre-sequel because it wasn't a prequel to 1 or 2. Like, but it requires that extra explanation for the context, otherwise the name is totally meaningless and it's impossible to understand what they mean, which is kind of what meaningless means, but like, it's just a silly, like, with context I think it's a great name, but if the goal was to try to sell a new game, it's a terrible name. Sort of. The, I guess the Age of Calamity's not, gives an idea of what happened before Breath of the Wild. But it's also like an alt history of a history that isn't known, which is maybe a little weird. Like a proper, canonical prequel. Okay. Driving a loaded wagon up north past the old mill. So north past the old mill. Yeah. I thought it was about... I thought the, setting of Breath of Age of Calamity was before the calamity that started the first one. Because I thought it went back in time, but to like... Or is there a calamity even before that? Because I thought it went back in time to when the original champions were around. With young Link and stuff. Well, not young Link. Link was the exact same age. And what's the first calamity before that? Hey, a legendary drop. Please be a gun. It is not a gun. I guess, was the first calamity only really introduced in? Sorry, I kind of want to search a picture. Was it introduced in the... Oh, yes. The Great Calamity refers to two distant events. The first Great Calamity... Oh, so it was like when Ganon would have been field first before he came back that led to the calamity that led to Breath of the Wild. Or something like that. Ooh, this is not a terrible set. It's not the best. Is this a dupe? Do I already have this? Did I already get a duplicate legendary? I hope not. It has the same skin. No, there's a quest here.
Safe storage, no questions asked.
How? How many legendaries are in this game that I can have a dupe already? I've gotten 5 legendary drops and I already have a dupe. How, like... Maybe there's only a few available at this level? That's cursed. I hate getting a second legendary.
It's safe with me. Promise.
I guess I need to talk to her about here though.
Excuse me, could I have a moment of your time? I overheard that you will be headed beyond Gloomwald in the hopes of reaching Malmouth. It's noble of you to spearhead this effort, but I was hoping there was something you could look into for me. You see, I did not travel down here alone. I was with my father. He was injured in Gloomwald, and I had no choice.
My father and I were part of a small group that managed to escape the confines of Malmouth's ruins. But we did not get far before the casualties began. The spreading aether fire and roaming ethereals saw to that. But it was not until we reached Ugdenbog that the horrors truly began. Cannibals, poisonous fumes, and even carnivorous plants threatened our every move. By the time we entered Gloomwald, it was just my father and I, but we were not out of danger yet. A pack of cannibals ambushed us in the night. My father was injured in the fray. While it wasn't fatal, I had no choice but to leave him so that I could find help. Eventually, I found my way to Devil's Crossing. I'm not sure how long my father can survive on his own. He was never very good with weapons, or much of anything for that matter. Nevertheless, he's the only family I've
Yeah,
got
let's
left.
look for this Christmas dad. I kind of... I guess, yeah, that's the older stuff. I kind of think... Oh yeah, I wanted to check. I just... Part of the Zelda games, or at least my impression of these Zelda games, might as well build this, is that, like, this sort of cyclical nature is such that, like, it obviously the details vary, but what happened in that first calamity would follow the same outline as what happened in the second calamity, sort of. It's sort of mostly... It would be different, but it would tend to follow the same general trend. But, so I don't know if they could make a full game. Are they always mace items? Are they all just totally normal shields that are actually maces? Because if so, mace builds probably do a great job in this game. Well, maybe they could... I bet they could do a prequel in a different style. Like, if they... Maybe, obviously not the exact same thing, but I'm thinking like, the new Zelda game that's coming up. That's like, you play Zelda and the gameplay is different. They could probably do one like that, where it's like stylistically different, and it's telling that story, but it's not a big open world game. I think that could maybe work. I just can't imagine them being able to do a Breath of the Wild styled prequel to Breath of the Wild. Because of how much would be a little repetitive just due to the nature of the gameplay being the same.
I can't do that yet. Can't do that yet.
Yeah. Like, I think open world would be... It wouldn't be impossible, obviously, but it would be detrimental if they wanted to make a prequel. I should probably know. if I look at a picture, I bet I can recognize it. There's a good chance. Ah! Yeah. A dragon. Looking creature. That could be fun. No, like... Oh, there are plenty of dragons already, but... I was gonna say they're... Dragon-like makes it feel very classic fantasy. Which feels a little different, but... Then there's the Hydras and... all of them in... They're not Hydras, but they're Hydras. That exists, so it's kind of bringing back a dragony enemy would be good. Aha! I found this myself. Didn't find anything because there's nothing here. Oh, that's an awkward path. Okay. Is there something to loot here? Yes, there is. Okay. Could you imagine anything quite as aggressive and dangerous as an Elatrion in a Zelda game? I think that would be very unfitting. Like, oh, you didn't break the horn fast enough? Well, you're doomed for the rest of the fight. Oh, you didn't do enough. You didn't do enough boomerang damage? You're doomed. Oh, but it would have to be like boomerang check, arrow check, bomb damage check. Like having to do X amount of bomb damage would just be X amount of arrow damage would just be kind of annoying, I think, more than anything. And like, they already do stuff where, oh, for this phase you have to blow it up. It's mostly the, I guess it's mostly the DPS check. I don't think DPS checks in that sense really work. Because, like, I guess it could be an interesting way to implement like a weird master mode. Make it so that some of the bosses have much harder requirements and it's not an HP regen like based system. Like master mode isn't more damage taken, enemies have health regen, none of that. It's bosses have DPS checks, bosses have other types of things. I guess for that, yeah. I'm just thinking, yeah, was thinking about for if it was implemented in a full game, but yeah, I guess for a ROM hack, people know what they're getting into. In theory. Forgot about that. I was thinking, oh, a real game could have like could DPS checks work? And I was thinking about it as a real game, not something people clearly opt into. I'm not saying ROM hacks aren't real games, but like, I don't think you could release a Zelda game with a DPS check that wasn't an opt-in, but a ROM hack is inherently an opt-in experience. So it could work. Could also be frustrating. I don't know how well Ocarina of Time controls. Like maybe if it has awkward controls, then DPS checks could get, if DPS checks required diverse
I can't do that yet.
attack types, could very easily get frustrating. But again, it is a case where some anyone playing it obviously opted into it. So as long as it's clear what they're getting into, it's not like it really matters if it's a little rough. Another one-handed range is useless. Oh, fire damage, best cold, that's not helpful. I can't. Oh, I actually have an Eldritch Essence, nice. I can't picture the. Well, again, picturing a sound is not really a thing, but. I can't recall. I've probably heard Dodongo and Volvagia before. And those would fit well with what the Aquamentus looks like, at least. What am I doing? I was checking gear. This. Nope. This. Yes. Not better damage, so I'll leave it.
Skill's not ready.
Dodongo's a funny guy. Okay, that looks like there should be a path to here. Wow. All bosses are mean. Not really. Some bosses are not that mean. That looks like there should be a path. Rolling enemies. I guess it's any rolling enemy. It depends on how fast they are. If they're too quick, then it becomes annoying potentially. That's like Garen? Goron. Goron's from Twilight Princess fit that image in my mind for some reason. Just spinning in the air and then rolling at you. I don't know if they do that though. Your journey for safety collapsed in this wood. If there's a way over, it would be near here. Look like there's a path. Yeah, there's the river. Doesn't look like I can walk up. Suspicious. One of these ambient noises is rather obnoxious.
I can't do that yet.
Okay. Lots of junk to sell. I guess, actually, wait, I guess Dodongo's in my mind. I don't think of King Dodongo. See, I think there's only two ways you can go. You go a fun sound effect, or you go like some weird, goofy sound effect. For a spin roll. Or a spin attack, not a spin roll, because spin roll is kind of repetitive. Rude. Oh shoot. Garrett Thorvin.
Please just leave me alone out here.
Is this their father? Get out of here. Saved. Guy who's not gonna die.
That skill's not ready.
These aggressive tree roots are pretty funny. Okay, that's the last level in Storm Spread. Which means that... Do I push for Aura of Conviction? Or do I level... The plan is Flame Touched, Flashbang. I abandoned Vindictive. I want to level this. And I want to level these two. I'd probably go for these two, actually. These are probably the best ones. Re-piercing and elemental and percentage. Seems like a good plan. Oh. Welcome back. I was just considering my build. Ah. Does that require additional washing, or is it washed like a dish, or like a anything you... I guess, is it washed like clothing, or is it washed like a spoon? Because I've never washed a pacifier, and one of those is a lot simpler than the other. Okay, so it's kind of like food, food-based things, spoons, cutlery, plates, because it goes in their mouth, so that makes sense. That's very, probably very helpful to watch it. I don't really know the process of caring for a baby in any context. Oh. Yeah. I've never really had to interact with babies. Well, that's, yeah. Like, babies crying is like a universal, like, sound. Apparently some mammals, actually, like, is actually like a universal, like, until it's seen, like, a baby deer can't necessarily tell whether the cries of a baby animal are a deer or not, because it's just a universal impact. Yeah. There's definitely a certain, like, I guess sad baby. The only thing that really, obviously it's not a competition, but the only thing, like, sad baby, sad old individual who is sad about the condition of their life, are both, like, kind of the worst. Oh yeah. It's no problem. Bye. Hope you have a good night's sleep. Yeah. I believe they... Whoa. I'm just tabbed out for a second. I believe that they're probably from not North America, just based on the sunrise that they mentioned at 11 p.m. So it's very late.
Can't do that.
Yeah, it could be Asia, it could be Eastern, like, just, now I can talk about time zones, because time zones are really fun. But it could be Asia, it could be, time zone wise, it could be Eastern Europe. Going by the username and Google's translation of it, it could be Japan, but it could be somebody else using a Japan as the user just because they like it. The time zones are kind of crazy. Oh, my mom works as a doctor, and in the last couple of years, or sometime in the last year, she worked as part of, like, a group working with people in the Philippines about doctoring stuff, like doctor work. I don't know the specifics because it's far too complicated for me to learn. But the timing of meetings would have to be like 7 p.m. here, and it would be like morning there. Like time zones and just the reality of how big, how like the earth exists kind of doesn't. Oh, did I press alt? Yeah, I was stuck. Okay. It doesn't come into mind outside of like the internet. Yeah. It's kind of long distance stuff is very. The world can be very long distance. That's a big tree. Like that might be a realistic size. Like, I think there might be real trees that are that big. Not many of them. Like old redwoods might be close to that wide. Ah, is it just because of, you know, time zone differences, or basically hopefully not some other issue? Yeah. I imagine when time zones are like the polar opposite, because I think Eastern Asia is like somewhere between 11 and 15 hours difference from most of here. Most of like North America. Well, I guess the eastern parts of North America. The western is a lot closer together. Oh yeah. That's good. As long as everyone is good with it. Yeah, I bet if you have multiple girlfriends, it probably, well, I guess if you do stuff all together, it's not necessarily going to take more time. But if you do stuff separately, then having multiple girlfriends would mean having more of your overall time might be invested in, you know, hanging out, talking, going places with them. Maybe if they're all friends, maybe they all do stuff together. That could be talking all at the same time. Except that actually seems kind of more awkward. Not like from a relationship point of view, just from a talking point of view. Because online you don't have the same cues, so 3 people all trying to talk would be a lot harder than one-on-one without accidentally talking over. Yeah. It's from a conversational long distance point of view. Right after the rift. Okay. Well, like, it's sometimes like when my family does it's from over here. Not weekly. No, it's not there. an occasional D&D online via Discord. It's still sort of, it's still a case of keeping in track, like knowing when. It's just harder to know when it's your turn to talk when there's no like cues, like how people pose themselves, and you don't have that body language as part of it. Like that makes it all a lot more prone to maybe finding it difficult occasionally to when to speak, at least for me. I imagine there's ways to do it better than others. Oh yeah. But I'm like, if it's not the talking over as much as if two people have something to say, you can't like lean forward maybe to indicate to the other people that you have something to say. So if you and someone else both have something to say, you don't know if somebody else also has something to say in like a subtle manner like that. This bridge, where's the other rift? Like it's just the subtleties and nuance of conversation which you can't really quantify are lost when there's no body language. Yeah, like I'll be back. There's no bridge over here, so it must be here. Like yeah, it's you start speaking and then you pass it off. And like so it isn't actually an issue as long as people are polite and like, oh, I've spoken a lot so you can speak type stuff. It doesn't actually pose. Maybe it's down here. It looks like it should be here. It doesn't pose an issue from a practical perspective as long as people are not just focused on themselves speaking, which in a multi-person relationship they probably try to treat each other fairly and nicely, so it's probably not an issue that far. Oh, the flat damage is good. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, that's always good. Which, I mean, if they're great to speak with and it, I don't know, maybe it would support in my mind that the odds of the other person being good is likely as well. Like, it doesn't actually mean much because it could just be that they have their own dynamics, but that's fun. But human relationships are complicated, so you can never know for sure. Not that that's meant to be like doubtful. Like, at one time or right now? What a weird little place to not be on the map. This map's not correct. Looks like I should be able to walk there. And I can walk up there. Okay, so just at some point in time. So you were coincidentally, unexpectedly found out that they were part of that Discord server as well. That sounds like it's I mean, the name makes me think it would be like a battle royale, but that's probably just, and that might be true, but. Oh, this looks really blurry. Now it doesn't. It did for a second though. Because Battlegrounds instantly makes it think. Battlegrounds instantly screams PUBG. Ah, Roblox, that makes sense. Because the term like Battlegrounds has been, I would say, maybe not tainted, but influenced by PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds at least. Which might, so it's not necessarily the exact same, but like if I see the word, it's always something that's a battle royale. That's what I think. Because that game had such a high impact for a period of time. Yeah. It's funny that it is, but it's a different... it can't follow the exact same loop though. It has something Monster Hunty. Yeah. I think multiple people can win.
That skill's not ready.
Well, I guess it pulls a other game. This is really just a battle. Well, I guess like you can still call something a battle royale even if there isn't a be-all end-all one person wins ending. Because that makes sense. I think if there's no one winner, that does seem more like it is like what I would say would be the traditional meaning of Battlegrounds.
Yeah.
As opposed to just being like a way to indicate that it is a battle royale. Which again, a mass fight of people would probably qualify as a battle royale. But the term battle royale has been fully, within the gaming context, has been fully integrated into that one genre.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah. Like, functionally you could have about different... Ooh, the Coven. This person's... I guess that's the capital F in this font. It looks lowercase to me, but... It's another faction. don't think I want to interact with them yet, so I'll be back.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, that's pretty funny to me. To me, the idea of playing a totally different game, it makes sense, but like the idea of playing a totally different game in a voice chat for another game is kind of funny to me. And then, I know you.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah. Wrong button. Yeah, that's a fun scenario. Very odd. Well, it's not necessarily a surprising event. I don't know all the context, but yeah. It definitely does. It seems surprising, yeah. Like, oh, bumping into it's not the same, and it's never happened to me, but it seems sort of on the line of the sort of mild weirdness, but less awkward, of like seeing a teacher at a grocery store, where it's like, this is not where you normally see this person, so seeing them anywhere but the normal location or locations will be surprising or a little weird. Not in like the, oh, you saw a teacher at a grocery store? I bet one of my pieces of armor is really bad. 246. Oh yeah, this is so old. Oh wait. I could probably get a replacement for the Cask of Scorching. And it probably wouldn't take that long. I've never... Yeah. But I mean, my assumption would be they probably... You ignore them, they ignore you would be the default in my mind. Oh, this is a good set. Oh, That's a really good set. Agonizing Flames, Bursting Rounds. Bursting Round. That's Vindictive. What's Agonizing? Nah, that's pretty good too. It's a really good set. Fire, burn, attack speed, chaos convert to fires. All those 20% chance for a special shot. Cool. Oh, yeah. Be back. Hopefully it's nothing worrying.
I can't do that yet.
That was a big dip in HP. Ooh, boots. Those might be usable. Okay, this quest item. I don't know why I grabbed that. Ether, elemental. Elemental could be useful. Movement speed, chaos resist. I don't know what the big one is. Those are cool. They're not very good for me, but these might be good. Fire is wasted. Vindictive Flame and Blackwater Cocktail are wasted. Flame Patch is a cool type of skill, but it's probably a downgrade. Am I sitting on skill points? No, I'm not good. I am sitting on a devotion point for the last far too long. Welcome back. All that you missed was maybe some boots dropping. Yeah. And that's a high, a lot of work. Work might not be the right word. Because it might not be active would be work, but a lot of effort. And it's important. Why is it pointing here still?
I can't do that yet.
Is it? Is that a thing? That's... I'm so uncertain. As to what? Okay, so Rasp Baby is a presumably specific name brand of teething toy. Teething is kind of one of those things that I don't like, that like thinking about it too much is it's kind of like, oh, people have to go through that. Everything has to go through that. It's kind of, I wish people didn't have to go through that. Teeth becoming accessible. Okay. A large number of mammals have to go through that. Maybe all, maybe not all. Oh, I imagine it's different for sharks with their teeth growing repeatedly. It might be even worse. Maybe they have to teeth every time a new set grows. But it's just a byproduct of eating.
I admit, seeing an Inquisitor walk in here so boldly has at least sparked my curiosity. But you must leave at once. You are making my sisters restless. Ha! And I'm sure you squirmed at the thought of giving it to us, too. You'll be relieved to learn, then, that the heart of this beast has no malevolent properties. So then, what if you seek a path to Malmouth through the swamps? Then I am afraid you are out of luck. The roads have all but collapsed, and even if you should somehow find your way out of the bog, the land beyond has been consumed by aether fire. Ancient passageways exist that could take you north, but they are not of this realm, and you will not like where... Oldham, you say? Oh, it would be a shame to lose such a legend. But if he was claimed by the Void, then... perhaps this gives me an idea that will solve both your predicaments. But if we are to help with this, then I must ask for something more in return. What you ask will take me some time to prepare. But before I help you, there is something you must do for us. Deep within Ugdungbog, to the north of our... I care not for the village, only for what was stolen. We had crafted an Ugdungbog fetish within the swamp in order to protect ourselves from the wilderness. Recently, someone has tampered with it, tore off the head of the fetish, and ran off with it. I can still sense its wing.
Yeah, the teething process is such a unfortunate, byproduct of how people grow. At least it happens when you can't remember it. Like, could imagine if it was possible to remember, it would be very... It wouldn't be a fun memory. Oh yeah, she's the person from Port Valbury. That's cute. Yeah. Personally, like, the few times that I've interacted with very young children, I've not enjoyed it. But babies trying to speak, baby speaking is always cute. I mean, the last time I interacted with a young child would have been when, I would have been like 14 or 15 at the most. It was a while ago. And it was a kid that wanted to steal a toy that wasn't even a toy. It was a random truck that I got when I was like 4. It just sits on a shelf. Like, the truck doesn't have any sentimental value, but they wanted to take it and leave. They weren't quite baby, they were like toddler age, I think. I think there's some, like, my impression from what I've heard is like super young baby, super hard to sleep. Then there's an age of baby where it's kind of a little better. And then toddlers are apparently kind of rough to take care of. And then eventually it gets better. But I've never had to deal with that. But cute babies are cute. Taking care of them is a lot of work, I believe, though. Trust a person is probably plot relevant. Cool. That's a fun little story. Oh no, no problem. You are busy with far more important. Oh, upset babies. Upset baby is not happy. Hopefully they were able to calm down, or he's able to calm down. Feels weird to say it that way. That's cute. Just sort of... I mean, I imagine watching stuff with other people, there's a certain social... Watching by himself, just screen one person is a little... Maybe... Yeah. That's not the dream. Rigia?
I can smell the questions upon you.
Yeah, like... Now, I know nothing about early childhood education. My baseless assumption would be that if it's with groups only, then it's probably not permanently impactful. people to talk to, I guess. Because there is a communal nature.
I am relieved that my father made it safely. We were never close, but he's the only family I got left. I don't know how to thank you. Oh, perhaps this. Here, take this.
See anything you like? Put it to good use.
Got something you need stashed?
What was the tonic of forgetfulness not here?
Safe with me. Promise.
Is it just stored as a currency? It's right there. Tonic of clarity.
Got something you need stashed?
Reshaping is attributes. That's important.
See anything you like?
Yeah, it's a big downgrade. I don't... Yeah, there's no tax beyond that. Chaos element. Never gonna be bad. Oh, because the base physical plus the... Yeah, okay. Physical, one less. More bleed. Don't really need the bleed. Don't need the PRC there. Stun is good. Petrify is good. But I probably lose a lot of damage. Only 300. Need a bunch of armor rating and 1 defensibility. Keep the move speed. Pierce is not the worst, but what I have is better. Bunch of cold. And cold. Royal Exuberance is a pendant, a seal, and a jewel. Oh, is it like... Pendants... An augment. This is a ring. It's a jewel. Seal maybe is a metal amulet ring. That's kind of cool. Yeah, it's a downgrade. Oops. This was an upgrade potential. Yeah, +1 to all skills is pretty good. Interesting music here. Interesting audio. It's not really music. It's eerie. It's appropriately... I don't know, it feels... I think the audio is kind of damp sounding, which is good for a swamp. I need to go back to the East Marsh at some point. The East Marsh has minus of. Oh no. It's really good. As long as the baby's doing well, then it's a very good thing. Hopefully hopefully he's relaxed and not. I guess a common term for a baby would be fussy. It's like a negative. As long as they're not being fussy or anything. It's far more important. Oh, this guy.
Have you come to pay your respects, mortal?
My attention turned elsewhere. Sure. I guess I have a quest to do. Try to check this. So I do 8% more damage. That's good. They have faster cast and cooldown, and they do extra chaos damage, which chaos is one of my lower, but it's not ice, so I'm fine. Well, the very last thing, still talking about the baby. Before the baby, you were talking about how you ran into a teacher that you were kind of nervous. And before that, it was your friend being in a voice chat, coincidentally. And the topic of the teacher came because I mentioned how it was similar to, you know, the being a teacher in a grocery store. But less awkward because obviously it's a friend. Exploding mushrooms, classic trope.
Can't do that yet.
It's a lot of... I guess it makes sense that Ugden blooms would be in the Ugden bog. That's probably why they're called Ugden blooms. I don't know why I'm surprised every time I see one. Ooh, a flamethrower. I want to know if it's actually a flamethrower. No. Oh, it does no, it is just a gun. It just converts a lot to fire damage. That's actually pretty good for a specific type of build. Huh. That's pretty cool. It's worthless for a build, but it's really cool. That could be interesting. I have to actually, for 1 second, it's gonna freeze. Visual aid. Yeah, the Dodongos. Dodongos could be like an interesting, like a sideways spin as well, instead of just a roll. Sorry for the bump. That's gonna sound terrible. It's actually a useful upgrade. Yay! Yeah, like, I do think there are probably already, like, mobs that do that in Zelda. Or at least I think there are, so it would be a bit of a retread of an existing idea. Like, visually, they look like the type of thing that would spin at you like that.
That's still not ready.
If nothing else does that, then I wonder, maybe I'm mixing it with, there's another game that has, like, maybe a similar aesthetic, but I can't. There's a specific enemy with, like, a similar, I guess, form to the to Dodongos, where they spin. Ooh, I'm about to remember what it is. It might have been an ARPG, like this style of game. Like the dongos being like front heavy could lead to like this spinning effect, being why I think about it. I wonder what potential there is for future Zelda games. Like, it looks like there's two directions they have. There's the 2D, well, it's not 2D, it's like 2.5 or whatever you might call it. Like the new Zelda, based Zelda game, and Link's Awakening Deluxe? Or maybe that's not what the new one's called. The Link's Awakening remake? That style seems like one option for their future games. Maybe they're gonna do 2 sets of... Maybe they're gonna constantly have 2 sets. One that's worked on that's 2D, one that is worked on as a Breath of the Wild style, open world. Oops, wrong button. I mean, like a non-open world but still Breath of the Wild styled.
That skill's not ready.
Like in how the combat and visuals are set up, and how you deal with items. Why another duplicate? I mean... Oh, whoops. Oh well. I think it could be even bigger. Though, I guess... I think it could be even bigger in terms of, like, absolute size relative to Link's size. But maybe, like, 1.5 times the size in terms of movement speed size. Like, cause if I don't know how the relative speed of Link and how he can get around has changed over time. Like it has to feel maybe a little bigger, but it's all about how it felt. Oh wow, that's a lot of damage. This is Eldritch. That's good. It's cold. Yeah, like... Definitely more... games... Huh? I think they already have one? Yeah, I can only carry one, but it still drops. Okay. Actually, what was the last? Neither Breath of the Wild nor Tears of the Kingdom are in the traditional Hyrule. Twilight Princess was. I think Link Between Worlds was set partially in traditional-ish Hyrule, but it also had low rule. wonder how much space there is for like actually just a traditional Hyrule based Zelda game. Whether it needs a low rule or alternate dimension setup. That's interesting. It's blocked from this side, but not from that side, seemingly. Or maybe it was blocked and I just didn't check. This Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages are very old. They have a modified interdimensional setup. Those are like Game Boy games.
Can't do that.
Oh, that's okay. I wonder what gimmicks are necessary. If they want to be set in the same older areas again. This is a lot of mobs.
Can't do that.
Okay, I didn't die. Good. Oh, fire damage was not usable. Why? Why is it not better than the Oathbreaker? Because Oathbreaker gives Fire Strike. That doesn't seem accurate. It might be. But it just doesn't seem right. So Fire Strike has my physical 5, 4, 6 physical. Fire is at 7, 13. Still pretty high. Yeah, the difference is a lot smaller than it was. It's wasted Devil Touched. I'll give it a try. It's probably better to trust the DPS, but you can also replace it with the Burwitch Peacekeeper anyway, so. Okay, so these to level. This gives pierce and elemental damage when in the AoE, and this makes it better. Better damage absorb. Let's go damage first. So 16, 6, 4, 3. It's not that much more damage per second, but it is more. The critical trigger might be. Oh, yeah, okay. Huh? The trader is a plant. Weird. How does a plant get stuff to sell? These all seem really good. Not for my build, but just... that looks pretty good. Cool. A blueprint for a legendary helm with fire, physical fire, element fire, all skills demolitionist. Costs a lot of stuff. It costs an incendiary cask. Doesn't provide the same skill boosts. Valdon's hat. Missile mask. A shield effect. A rare component for health. Prismatic rage. To make you tankier for 8 seconds. It's not bad. And a legendary amulet for acid and vitality and chaos. Cool. I'm gonna buy the ring. The resistances are mediocre. I can... vitality for that's not too bad. Welcome back. I think you might find this fun. I'm trading with a plant. It's pretty silly. Yeah, it's just a random plant who's selling rings and recipes and stuff. It's very fun. There's a downgrade. This isn't really worth buying, but I did it. I got, look, so many recipes. 2 of which I already had. And we'll never leave my bank, I guess. Oh, I can't sell to him. Okay, that's why. Yes. Friendly plant. Goofy icon. Very weird. I don't think a better weapon. I'd probably just stick with what I was using before. Can't imagine this game is playable if you're squishy. Other than this, you definitely need a lot of tank stats. That was... I don't think that would have been avoidable. Unless a summoner can... Unless pet... This is a lobster? Or a crab. No, it's a lobster. Golgazor is a lobster creature. Weird. Ooh, that's never good. Okay. Hopefully it's fine. Long term, like... The heel of the foot's not... Okay. I don't have a list of parts of my body that I would want to accidentally slice. But heel of the foot is not the best. Mostly. It's doing better. It's not too bad, yeah. Ah. So your peel got yeah. It's probably even harder when you have to consciously type it out. Because consciously type it, you have to like think up the words. Yeah, if describing an injury when you're speaking, it can just flow out, and you might realize after you said it that, oh, maybe I probably shouldn't have said it that way. But then if you're typing it, maybe it's fine to say it a way, but then you potentially worry about the specifics. I guess you could say, like, you took a nap while it was healing and it caused a mess. That would definitely communicate. That might be worse, actually, than just saying it bled a bit. Caused a mess kind of emphasizes blood everywhere. So maybe that's not the best way to do it. But hopefully it's, you know, wrong button. Oh. There's definitely a lot of... I mean, I could describe a pretty suboptimal injury, and it would be pretty gross. But I could also say, if the skin around a bandage or adhesive thing is not in the best state, don't aggressively rip off the bandage. And that's all that needs to be said, I think. I could go into more detail, but... Ooh. Yeah. Crushed limbs are not... What limbs? I don't think fingers are limbs. Fingers are extremities, but... Fingers are... Fingers. Crushed fingers and toes are not the best. Ooh, yeah. I once cut my finger while cutting a bagel. Kind of along the grain of my finger. Unpleasant. I was young enough to not be quite as careful as I should have been. Never made that mistake again. So learning experience. I was definitely much more cautious cutting a bagel for the next, like, several years. And I'm still cautious. Yeah, injuries. I wonder if there's anybody over the age of 10 that's never been injured in any way. Yeah. Oh, wrong button. Ooh. I've broken a leg when I was like 6, 5, or no, it would have been younger than that. Because it would have been before either junior or senior kindergarten. Me and a friend were sledding down a hill, and at the bottom of the hill was a fence, and we kept going down repeatedly, and then the final time we went down, it just had a bad impact with my leg. Coincidentally, my friend's older sister also happened to break their wrist while sledding that same day, I think. Just took a fall wrong, I guess. Yeah. Pretty weird scenario. Had to be carried around by the kindergarten teacher to make it between, I guess, the main class and recess outside. It was winter, and it was fine, but it was a very avoidable injury with a lot of damage. Oop. Oh, I'm gonna die.
Can't do that yet.
That was a rough fight. It was a pretty good belt. Ooh, arm stuck somewhere and falling. That's one of the horror stories for sure. That's one of those like super... You picture it and it just, you know what happened potentially, and it... Yeah. Actually, nowhere near as serious of a scenario, but getting stuck. I went, like, my school had a skiing trip one summer, and then it was canceled the next year because teacher strikes. But I was skiing, I went off a small bump, and then my legs were splayed and I couldn't stand up, and I had to get help standing up. If there was no one there, I would have been stuck. But yeah, like, stuck between 2 points, pinching, yeah. Not a happy experience for sure. I can definitely, like, the panic would set in probably if left long enough, maybe even right away. I did not experience it personally, so I can't say, but like, being unable to move, unable to get out without some help would be stressful. What is this hitbox? Yeah. I mean, I think I would assume it would be the wood just because that's kind of less worrying. What is this enemy? Why does it spawn in a place where I can't shoot it? Like, I would hope it's wood creaking. Bones are weird though. The fact they can heal just feels odd. everything about biology is just... What's Shattering Blast? Everything about biology is just kind of... Static thing. I have not. And... I think I can kind of imagine the general sort of... Oh! Ceratosaurus makes me think dinosaur. I think there was a specific dinosaur fossil, like specimen that had a... No, it was a broken toe. A specific Allosaurus that was noteworthy because of its broken toe and how it healed, but it showed signs of like infection. Yeah, Big Al. And it like showed that they could recover from major injuries, sort of in the same way as people, humans do, other animals do. It's another mace. They are all just shields, I guess. Actually, I bet I know what that dinosaur is. Oh yeah, Ceratosaurus. Why was I unable to read that? I was unable to read the name, but I recognize the name now. Is that from one of the many... Ceratosaurus. I can't spell. I think broken jaw. Yeah, Dinosaur Revolution is a male Allosaurus. I don't know if that's what you're referencing. But the name I remembered because I saw it once. Big Al was definitely, I think, a real one. The broken jaw, though, I don't know. Yeah, searching the name Broken Jaw with Allosaurus came up with, like, Broken Jaw fighting a Ceratosaurus. So maybe in whatever the thing was, there was some context there. I don't know. I don't know what the context is anymore. Maybe at all to begin with. I don't know. Don't want to miss anything. Want to check here? Good. Yeah, kind of. Big Al is definitely a known example. The broken jaw, I'm not sure. Yeah, Allosaurus might be a broad category. I don't know. As cool as dinosaurs are, I'm a lame my interest in dinosaurs is purely, hey, this is cool. That Hatzegopteryx preys on creatures that became smaller due to island dwarfism, so it's like the apex predator on Hateg Islands. That sort of headline material. Not the proper nitty-gritty categorization. It was fun. I might die if I don't back off. Oops, wrong button. Oh, that's a creepy monster. Appropriately, void themed. It's like, conceptually, it's a good, obviously the dramatization in all of those dinosaur documentaries is not necessarily 100% accurate, but like animals living through these severe, potentially life-changing impacts is kind of impressive. Like, there's I believe I heard on a podcast, and then I searched it briefly, there was a dolphin who had like a messed up blowhole that learned how to breathe through its mouth, or some like facet of that, where dolphins generally don't breathe through their mouths. And like the adaptations of animals within their own life can be very impressive. Like, the broader adaptations a species develops are interesting too, but it's cool to learn to... Ooh, that could be really good. To what extent they can develop within a single lifespan. That's pretty good. That's probably an upgrade. I lose Chaos Resist, which is not the best one to lose. It's a lot of fire and chaos damage. Converting physical to fire is good. And skill bonus is good. Oops. Yeah, I guess. You see, the new Deviant had a broken jaw. So they appropriately adjusted to life. Weird. And successfully overcame the adversity. And now here you are murdering them in cold blood because they're killing other people nearby. They've survived everything life's thrown at them until now. But will they survive you? That would be so good. Like, broken jaw Anjanath, messed up toe, Glavenus, various like real references. Could be an upgrade if I make some of those. If it rolls randomly, that could be really good. That'd be a very easy replacement. Yeah, like having... That would be... It would fit the aesthetic of Wilds, I think. If like the super monsters that will inevitably be introduced in Master Rank are like references to real, not necessarily one-to-one animal implementation, but like clear references to existing like historic or prehistoric actually, like survival stories from dinosaurs, other prehistoric, or doesn't even need to be prehistoric, mammals, or any animal. Dinosaurs would be the best choice because of dinosaurs, but yeah. Like obviously the the game itself would have to give, like, some mechanism that makes them a harder fight, but, like, something that grew up with a broken toe, just using that as a starting point. Like, oh, it had a broken toe, so it developed the ability to use its tail differently, or some weird potential thing that, like, the initial basis comes from something real, but the end product is complete nonsense because this is a magical monster world. Where there's T-Rex creatures that sharpen their tails with their teeth. Like, the end point doesn't need to be realistic, but starting from a real point could be a lot of fun. Yeah, like, one overgrown tooth in the middle that pushes out the other front tooth, so it's just one big tooth down the center could work, I would think. I don't know enough about the biology behind teeth. And, like, the biology behind teeth that don't grow as intended especially, so. I am in a key-based dungeon. I need to avoid dying. I've only just remembered. Oop. Like a weird narwhal. But like, actually exactly like a narwhal, right? Because narwhals have only one big tusk. And the tusk is a tooth and not a horn. They have a second one that's just not the same in some contexts. This is a weird boss. Feels like there should be a second phase. Like the giant tree in the middle turns into a boss. Okay, there's a second phase.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, and now the tree in the middle breathes fire. Makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
I can't do that yet.
Could a stationary monster work? As a non... I guess any, like, Zora Magdros was a stationary monster. I'm just thinking giant tree monster. Oh, so Nikarchos was stationary. I've never seen it in... I think I've just seen pictures of it. Okay, so there have been stationary monsters. That's good, I think. That's an additional degree of, like, variety. But did one of your other friends have to deal with tooth-based problems? Is that... because I couldn't interpret what specifically you would have been referring to there. Ah. That's a fun boss. Question mark. Which one? Is that... There's too many tree sentinels. And that's done. Cool. Oh yeah, I just can't remember which is the draconic tree sentinel, or whether it's multiple. It's gonna freeze for a second. Oh yeah. Oh, okay, so draconic tree sentinel was the one that I was thinking it was, which is the guy by the capital. The capital being, you know, an important area. Nope. Mogdragon. I think it's a good game. I personally found I got tilted by the DLC because it wasn't giving me anything interesting, but the base game's really good. The DLC's probably really good too. Cool. Because, see, I've played through, I guess I've played all the, please don't crash. What a dumb time to crash. Well, I mean, it's about time I wrap up, though. Okay. If I look at Task Manager, the memory is probably not too high, given this only at 56%. This is probably not a memory issue. Well, I finished it. I'd just be going back to town. Yeah. I mean, I personally think that's a bad boss. Entirely because it's only one attack that's super dangerous. The rest of the boss is frankly pretty easy. It's just one attack is so much harder than the rest. That I don't enjoy it as a boss. I have beaten it though. Haha. What am I doing? Oh, yeah, I was gonna make a shrapnel pistol. See how good it was.
Got any more scrap metal?
Oh, I need... Oh yeah, way better.
Bring me back any blueprints you find.
Monster Hunter World, I got to... I think when I... Oh, cool. When I stopped playing because I wanted to take a break, I had just finished... I just got to Iceborne. And I was gonna go... My internal plan was to go back and clear... like, get mantles and clear all the quests at that point. But I didn't start doing that because I want to focus on Rise at that point. I'm considering going back to World, starting where I have my save. Eventually, like, if I finish Generations Ultimate and Wild isn't out yet. Like, starting at Iceborne, maybe pushing forward from there. I need to look at stuff to put into guns. I think that's still the best choice. Yeah, so it's currently almost October. November, December. So I'd say the dream is 3 months. The realistic but still hopeful, I would say, is like 6 months. The slightly hopeful but also tempered expectations is like 11 months. And the doom expectations is like 15 months, almost 14 months. Imagine it's released for Christmas next year. That would be terrible. It would be awful. It's only like 305 pierce damage, but that's a lot. Okay.
Bring me back any blueprints you find.
Now I have to equip them to compare. I think I stick with one of these. Downgrades all the way. Well, this, I mean, I would expect, based on nothing except hope, I think it would make sense to plan to, like, allow pre-orders for, like, this Christmas or something. It's not the worst effect, but I don't need it. Yeah, I probably do this.
Come see what's left of my wares.
You can have pre-orders don't mean it has to be 6 months, 3 months. It could be a 1 week pre-order. It wouldn't be because there's no way they'd be that nice, but Nice isn't even the right word. Chaos. I might as well call that for now. I mean, tempering expectations is very important. Because what if it releases and it's like Cyberpunk originally, and it's completely unplayable on like anything but high-end computers? It probably won't be, but what if? That'd be such a nightmare. Oh yeah, it was very functional on computers, but it was like borderline unplayable on consoles. Just sort of the gap is sort of what would be worried, but also I'm not saying, I don't believe that's what's gonna happen. What if? So I think Capcom is, not Capcom, Monster Hunter is, or had at some point was it was a moderate case of nepotism? Oh yeah, like, it's like there was some control, like, it's sort of, they can always, basically, it's a case of always keep in mind that they can always mess up. Well, no, like, one of the people pushing Monster Hunter at some point was related to the head of Capcom. It might have been in the initial inception, but like nepotism is where there's the familial advantage, let's say. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. It's the internet. Oh, it's Monster, not Monster Hunter. Well, I can't research this. Monster Hunter. I kind of want to figure it out. Yes, so Ryozo Tsujimoto is the son of Capcom's founder and CEO, and the younger brother of president and COO. He has been the Monster Hunter series producer since the release of Monster Hunter Freedom 2 in 2007. So like the familial relationship, it's not necessary that he got there because of nepotism, but maybe. But like, given that the games have been good, it has worked out that sort of, they don't want to be, maybe they don't want to rush the son of the founder. They don't want to push him around, means that it can work out better if they have like a good vision. That's one of those interesting things. Like, it's a question of, do you lean into the intended... I mean, I would say, maybe, I don't know enough about the context at the time. I wouldn't be surprised if, that's cool, the online capability of the PlayStation around release was like, maybe it was viewed as like a gimmick. So not building around it would make sense, but then it, like, maybe it was viewed initially in a similar manner to the Xbox Connect, which I believe was a kind of failed as a gimmick. Not like complete fail, just sort of didn't take it off as much as advertising made it seem like it was probably desired. It's like just general PlayStation 1 games. There's probably a lot that have done well, a lot that have done poorly. Now the reality is there's probably so many in general that have been on, that have been around forever. Oh yeah, I want to wrap up relatively soon because it's an appropriate time to stop, but I have to explore that. It's a Hobbit house. Which if you don't know Lord of the Rings you might not know, but it's probably enough of a known reference that it makes sense. I think hobbits are a universal enough reference. It'd be very interesting to learn if hobbits are not as universal as I thought. These would be good if they were better. Yeah, they're not better. Like, so what happened to the other games prepared with that focus? That's a weird name for a piece of gear. Empowered dementia? It's a very weird name. I kind of wonder too. Like, I bet there's... I bet there's a few games that are still on some level extant, right?
That skill's not ready.
Capcom PS2 online games. First thing that shows up is Marvel vs. Capcom Clash of Superheroes. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. See, that search query will not work. Auto? What a modelista? Modelista? Well, I guess... Would most of them have been Japanese games? Because Capcom is a Japanese company. Did they make... I don't know at what point, whether it was just Monster Hunter that was limited or whether they made stuff for broader audiences. Resident Evil had online? As a non-Resident Evil fan, I would... It really doesn't seem like the type of thing that would have any form of online, like not even co-op.
I can't do that yet.
Maybe it did. I mean, how many other... I mean, there are obviously other Capcom games, like... Is Street Fighter? I don't know. One of the fighting games is Capcom. Those are definitely the two... Well, no. Whatever the fighting game is probably a bigger name than Monster Hunter overall. Resident Evil's probably their biggest name recognition other than if the fighting game is like Street Fighter. Unless they didn't. I don't know what, I have to pause, I have to know. Capcom. Category fighting games, Marvel vs. Capcom, Red Earth, a bunch of X-Men. Tatsunoko versus Capcom for the Wii. Oh yeah, no, Capcom must be Street Fighter. Because the Tatsunoko is incomprehensible and completely unrecognizable to me. A non-fighting game player. Maybe it's super popular in niche fighting game communities. Maybe it's the next Monster Hunter. Maybe a new Tatsunoko game comes out and becomes super popular. Ah. So maybe Resident Evil was popular in spite of having an online game and not because of it. I don't think I've heard of that one. But that's mostly because the only Resident Evils that I've heard of are like the numbers, like 1, 2, 3. It's possible Outbreak is a numbered game and I just don't know it. I just know that they all have numbers. Or a lot of them have numbers, and so it's easy to guess that there's a 1, a 2, and a 3. There's probably for the evade. I wanted to check. Yeah, +3. Which means 2 of these is not efficient. Oh wait, no, it's Fire Strike specifically. +7, it might stack. If it stacks, that's really good. It doesn't. It does. Wow, that's cool. In a swamp. I get. To me, that feels like it would be weird, but also there's a giant lady. There's a lot of weird stuff in Resident Evil, so I don't even know if that would be out of the way. Like, my initial assumption was, hey, that's not gonna fit the world, but there's a giant lady. There's a lot of weird stuff. So they probably could have a dragon. Probably not a dragon that could fly, because that would, like, a virus mutation resulting in usable wings for a dragon-sized creature feels even more unbelievable than the base premise. But, like, a dragon-shaped creature actually does seem like it could be possible with how weird those games are, to my understanding. I think there's even like weird reincarnation-based stuff.
That skill's not ready.
Like, what? Why is there a symbol? I am worried. I mean, it died, so I'm fine, but that was worrying. So like a reoccurring enemy that justifies its reoccurrence. Resident Evil seems like a type of game that could have, like, if you dealt with it via running it over with a car, you couldn't run it over with a car anymore. See, I don't think, from like a gameplay perspective, I don't think it would be too OP. It might not fit with the lore, because I don't know anything about the lore or the world. Like, having a villain that does that, and then, like, eventually it's unbeatable, but it's a story-based thing, I think, more than anything else. So, like, even if it got to the point of being unbeatable, the story can justify it. Oh, like, having to play with it? No, having to play against that would be rough. That would be difficult. Like, unless it had some, like, clear, like, it's easy to trick into doing what you want it to do type thing, like huge detriment where you could easily convince it to just leave if it wanted to fight you and eat you. Eldritch. I mean, like, yeah, I think the only way to make, the only thing I could think of as a way to, like, balance that sort of premise, it would have to be, like, impossibly naive. Like, completely willing to trust just about anything someone says.
You can't open that.
And like, well, 66, I should be able to kill this.
That's locked.
Like, I think it would need to be, oh goodness, I'm gonna die. Oh, I can stand here. Whoops, that changes a lot.
I can't do that yet. That's locked.
Well, it looks more... Oh, I should die. Yep, I died. I didn't leave a teleport. Whoops. I think it's a little bit more of a... It might be more of a non... I don't know if it's tree or living creature or not. Trees are living, but that's sort of beside my point. I think I might level this up. Either that or this. That gives more fire damage, actually. This is probably better. Oops. Where am I going? I'm going here. The, unkillable, like, well, just making it easy to beat in a way that's not direct confrontation. Like, if it can learn from any method of killing it, but it can't learn basic interaction, so you can trick it to go away, trick it to trap itself. Like those sorts of... You could even have that, like, back and forth potential. Oh. Give me my experience back. Oh, it doesn't... It gets its HP back, wow. Or it doesn't get its HP back, what a goofy... I need to not stand... I'm gonna die again. I'm gonna die because I'm gonna get stuck in this corner.
Can't do that yet.
Just... It was so close. I got greedy. That was visually broken. I don't know. This stupid... pool of water that drains my HP very quickly if I stand still, and my entire build is around standing still to shoot. I have to keep moving. Okay, it's a predictable pattern. Do this, then it does the water pattern, and I shoot. Okay, that's easy. That was very easy once I figured out what to do. I mean, you could be like... Just to verify, you're still talking about the zombie creature, right? Because if it is, then like... It's all about a virus, so... I don't know if there is a bacteriophage equivalent for viruses, but like something that attacks viruses. Yeah, but like maybe it's uniquely weak to some... That's just not... Actually, from like a boss enemy perspective, that could make for an interesting... in a game context. Like, it gets stronger, you realize it after a few attempts. Once you've learned that it gets stronger, you start taking samples of it. These samples then let you develop a vaccine that's particular to it, and that's the end. That's the point. Like, you develop a way to beat it eventually, but it has no specific weakness until it's developed. So it takes a lot of time, but eventually a proper cure, as it could maybe be called, can be developed. Well, I could just... I think you could justify it not being able to duplicate itself, like some sort of... It relies on a core part of it that itself is super dense or something. Like, the core in its body that can't change, but it can't be destroyed. And then you provide a vaccine and it fixes it.
See anything you like?
Fire Chaos Burn's pretty good. Ether weapon. Ooh. That's a pretty good weapon. It's not the best for my build, but it's pretty good. It doesn't boost the attack, but...
Iron well spent.
I should sell this junk.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
This might be good. 14 deaths. I've gone up by 3 in the last little bit. I think, like, it could be that it's just not bright. Like, it wouldn't need to be super unkillable and super intelligent. Like, it could just be that as a virus monster, it doesn't develop into a very intelligent creature because it doesn't need to, because it can just forcibly do whatever it needs or wants. Quest. This is a lot of factions here. Yeah, I guess I'll continue for a little. I'll get to the next waypoint, and then I'll stop. Or next rift. Yeah, like, you don't need to learn how to use tools if you're a lion. You just bite everything. Yeah, like, would it be intelligent enough to be like, oh, there's a hunk of meat sitting out, it's a trap? I think that might be something that could very reasonably be too complicated for it. Yeah. I mean, it could be like, from a story perspective, if there are multiple of them, it would be like, oh, Resident Evil 1, in this fictional universe, this is the first game, you managed to wipe out all but one of these creatures. And you tricked, one of them survived the trick, and now it's more intelligent, more cautious, etc. Like, on a base level,
I can't do that yet.
they wouldn't necessarily be intelligent enough to avoid it. In the sequel, you hunt down the new one. Easy sequel bait. Yeah, I think my throat's just a little tired for some reason. I think it's just a mix of coincidence and I should wrap up soon. But I am fine. It's just like itchy, tickly throat.
I can't do that
More
yet.
tickled throat than itchy. And like a good proper cough makes it feel better, but without muting I don't want to cough aggressively. And I did mute there to cough more aggressively and it feels better now. I muted while they were standing right in front of me and I could have died. But it's sort of the feeling of... I mean, I probably haven't drank enough water today. I normally drink enough, but I probably should have drank a little bit more today.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah. I mean, I have a, like, what, 64 ounce you know, reusable bottle of water that I have with me at basically all times. I just haven't been drinking from it enough. Considering I would have filled it at the start of the day and it's probably like half full still, that's not enough water to have drank. I don't know why I haven't drank as much water as I often do. Usually there's a reason that I drink less water. I don't think there is one today. I think I was just... What did I... I was probably just kind of busy. And that distracted me.
Come see what's left of my wares.
I should probably save that. That looks usable on a different build in theory. Yeah.
No questions.
I'm gonna save that for now. It is fun talking with the creature. Presumably harder to kill and stuff. Halfway attack speed cap. Run speeds approaching cap. Yeah. It's like it never reaches the level of like a super strong zombie, except for the fact that it itself is very hard to deal with just in general. Yeah. It is... Oh, I didn't expect that. Worth running from because it's dangerous, but not super lethal. Yeah, after I see this die so I can get an idea. I will probably wrap up for today. It's fun to talk about the zombie idea, but I should probably stop. Yeah, came back. Got to about 20-30%. Imagine needing steroids as a xenomorph. Where's the... Okay, this later.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Yeah, so very threatening looking. I do this next time. I need to look at these to get... I'll have to look at that next time. Yeah. But I will be stopping here. Next stream is probably not Timberborn. It will probably... Oh, there's a quest here. Cool.
Come see what's left of my wares.
It will probably be... what do I want it to be?
Put it to good use.
Yeah, but it's about time that I should be stopping, so... I think I should. But I'm thinking it will be...
See what's left of my wares.
You know, I'll probably try to play Factorio. It's a fairly background-y game, not... generally doesn't demand attention all the time. That should work pretty well. And I don't know enough about it, but I know enough to get like the basics going. The other thing was Satisfactory, but Satisfactory had a 1.0 update, but I don't know enough about that game to actually play it. And I've tried it multiple times and gotten very frustrated. Because it just kind of... Well, not frustrated, it just gets kind of...
See anything you like?
The start of the game's very tedious. I mean, that's an easy augment, okay. I mean, I guess I get 2 of these.
Iron well spent.
Yeah, it's pretty easy upgrade. Probably have more armor to look for.
See anything you like?
Yeah. That's one of the things that really makes sense. Like, if you're dying a lot right away, is it likely to get... Actually, no. I actually do think it generally tends to get better the further in the game, to a certain extent. Personal experience. Like, the very start of the game always feels rough, and then the middle is, I would say, easier, and then the end is where it gets really hard, I think. Yeah. I mean, if it was I guess a Souls-like, so it might not be, but I don't know which game in particular, but...
Iron well spent.
There's definitely some, like, Dark Souls 1. getting to Blighttown and then having to get through Blighttown and then giving up at Blighttown, I think would make a lot of sense. Because that area is a nightmare. It's not very fun to explore. Ah, yes. It's an interesting game. Yes, I'll stop. I'll be back. What is tomorrow/today? Probably Factorio. Maybe I try Satisfactory because it had 1.0 sometime in the last month or two. And Factorio's been out forever. How old is Factorio? When did it actually officially release? $2020. Yeah, it's been around way longer than that. Oh, they have a DLC planned for the 21st of October. Cool. That's cool to learn. Now, I might not buy it, but that's a good reason to play it now then. That's a good choice. I'll play it that because that will release. And I probably won't buy it because I'll probably be done playing it by then. Maybe not, but that's a good way to make a decision. So yeah, here's where I stop. So have a nice night. Bye-bye.